You Alright, so everybody welcome in. Today we'll be doing some work on the GMTK entry, because that has started 6 hours... Is it 6? Yeah, 6 hours ago. Basically got a bit of progress done before stream. We did some brainstorming to figure out an idea, and then some basic coding. And then now the team is split up and then is doing various tasks. So I'm going to be doing a bunch of coding stuff. What's the theme? The theme of the jam is loop. Which is very open-ended. I do not like how open-ended it was, but I think we settled on a pretty good game idea. So it worked out. Essentially, the game idea is Snake, except instead of eating things, you have to loop around them to collect them. And then there's going to be things like enemies that you also have to loop around to deal damage to, while they're going to try to attack you. So you just did a jam with that theme? Nice. Oh yeah, you did. I played that, didn't I? What was that one? Ziplash? Yeah, it was Ziplash. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's a coincidence. Currently in the game, we've got the basic snake movement. So you can just basically go around, and there's not much else you can do right now, which I will be working on adding in other things you can do. Big Boy Games is also streaming progress in the game right now, and then he is working on visuals, so getting in the objects and stuff, and then the actual grass instead of whatever this pattern is. Okay, what's the first thing I should work on? I guess I can do miscellaneous visual stuff. Start testing that. One thing I'm going to have to do is make the snake more connected instead of as disjoint as it is right now. I might save that for later though, until I actually get the snake sprite. And then for now, one thing I want to do is add text to the back, similar to what I did for Bit Slayer. Maybe add some extra polish effects on the health. And then add in a screen shake handler or something. Add particles? I could also do that. Where would I add the particles? I guess I could add it for the movement. I might need to wait for the grass texture for that though. Everywhere? True. Just make the snake entirely particles. Okay, is there anything happening on the repository right now? Okay, doesn't look like it. Who needs sprites when you have particles? True. So basically in the repository, we've got an art task board and then a coding task board. I'm probably mostly going to be working stuff in the coding task board. What's your jam about? The jam is... the jam has the theme loop. At least the one I'm currently participating in. There's going to be a lot of loops in the games I play later. I could work on the death system. Yeah, I guess I'll do that. Move that to in progress. Not do the UI yet. Food is somewhat being worked on Big Boy Games right now, so I will leave that. And then enemies aren't implemented, so that one can't be worked on. So yeah, I'll just work on the death system and then the cycling and the gameplay, so you can get back into the game after you die. Is there any changes I have currently? There is. So what is the change? Oh, I just moved the cam code. Okay. Did that fix the issue that was happening with it? Cycling more like looping? No, there's still a camera issue. I'm just not going to fix that yet. Here, I'll reset. Get stash. There we go. Hey, Mango, welcome in. And then I will do a check to see if the health is 0 below. If it is, then I would do the death. Question is, where would I handle that? I guess in a death screen? Not death screen. I could do it in the snake itself. This theme ended up feeling a little too open-ended for me when I did it, but like pretty much any game could fit the theme with just a few tiny tweaks, yeah. This one is very heavily focused on the looping though. So I feel like we should be fine in terms of theme adherence. And people won't see that we just tacked it on. What's your game about? It is basically Snake, except instead of eating food, you loop around it to collect it. There's a couple more things to add to it, but that's basically the core concept. Where do I do health? I guess I do that in the head code. Yeah, right here. Okay, and I don't have the code here for signals, so you can read in when it changes. I might search for that so I can add it in. Because yeah, there was one point where I changed the persistor to add a couple more features. Yeah, I'll have to find where I did that. It's somewhere in my code. One of my various repositories. So it'll be hunting time. Let me just go get something real quick though. Okay. So it's time to hunt in repositories for the new version of this. First thing I'll check is whether it's in any of these repositories. I don't think it will be, but just in case. Yeah, that's just the one signal. Oh, never mind. If trigger key value. Okay, that's exactly what I want. And that is not here. Okay. So I will copy this, paste it here. Open that up in VS Code. You can see the full changes. It looks like the main change is just the addition of change value clamp. And then the trigger here. Okay. Let me make sure the game still works with that. And it seems like it does. And then I'll be able to read in the health key. Interesting twist in Snake, yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for how this is going to turn out. And it's a 4-day jam, so there's a lot of time to polish it. Twist, you mean a loop? Yeah, true, yes. Git, checkout, B. Let's go to... Are you working with Big Board Games? Yeah, I am. And there's also 6 other people on the team. So there's, in total, 3 people doing coding, 2 people doing art, 2 people doing sound, and 1 person doing QA. If anybody else wants to do some QA testing, though, it is open for you to join. I need as much QA as possible to make sure there's no bugs. 6 others, yeah. It's pretty spread out, even though there's a bunch of people. Like, in terms of art, one of the artists is working on the snake. The other artist is working on objects in the background. Are we done? How about with playtesting? Alright. Are you in the Discord already? Could check out the Team Arboreal Discord, not my personal one, but you are? Okay. I do not see you. Are you sure you're in the correct Discord? Let me see. Profile, mutual servers. You are in not that one. You're in Eddie Koyo. Eddie Koyo? Yeah, that is not the correct Discord. Let me send you this one. There we go. That's the Discord. There probably won't be much QA until tomorrow morning or something. There should be a bunch of QA work for the last 3 days though. I could check out what do I want to name this? Death. There we go. So in the health bar, I'm going to change it so instead of being called on every process, it's going to be ready, trigger, .listen for health, on health change. Data. And then this is going to print data. So we got the value and the trigger. Okay. And then this will be data.value divided by that. Yeah, we find as an int. Will it be fine as an int? Yeah, it'll be fine as an int. I might as well just change it to a float. There's no point not to. Okay. Change value. Well, I call change value here. This is going to be change value clamp min. And the clamp is going to be 0. So that the health cannot go below 0. Which component do I want to handle death? I guess we'll do it in snake. resistor or trigger.listen for health on health change. This is going to see whether data.value equals 0. If so, it will destroy the snake. I guess I'll just queue free for now. What's your idea? Snake, except you loop around food instead of eating it. You should see how many particles you can add before someone on the team says something. That would be very funny if I do that. Maybe I would do it while everyone's sleeping. So then they just wake up and see a bunch of particles. Like wrapping board. Here, I can show it real quick. So basically we got the snake here. And let's say there's an object that spawns in. To collect it, you would then have to do this kind of thing to loop around it. And as soon as you hit your body, it counts a loop around where you're surrounded. Instead of queue free, I'll do trigger.trigger death. I guess I'll do a queue free after that. And then in here, I'm going to want a control called death screen. How the death is going to work is an egg is going to spawn at the tail because it's getting laid by the... Do snakes lay eggs? I think they do. The snake is going to lay an egg, and then the camera's going to zoom in on that, and then that's going to be your starting point when you respawn back in. The bigger you get, the bigger loops you can make? Yes. And then if you get large enough, you expand size into the next tier, kind of like Spore. So you start eating apples and stuff, then you graduate into eating... what was after apples? What was it? How do I not see it? Okay, but yeah, something like a bigger object, and then maybe afterwards you eat houses, and then afterwards you eat castles. You just continually you're continually able to eat bigger and bigger things. So you get to eat plants at some point. That was in my original idea. I don't think we're going to do that. Maybe in like the very end of the game, the last thing you eat is the planet. And then you birth a new planet to play the game again or something. Monk on death. I may just slow down the stake, to be honest. If we set to 0.2. Maybe that's too slow. I think 0.15 would be good. Yeah. Okay. Save this. I'm going to need to get a reference to the camera and then make the camera zoom into it. Do I have an actual camera system set up? No. The answer is no to that. Okay, so this will just be this camera. I guess I'll change the component. Because I'm going to want to do the global. Yeah, okay, I guess I'll do that. So we're going to go to project settings, globals, camera.tscn. There we go. And then I can access the camera that way. In Snake, because I currently have a reference to camera here, I can get rid of that. And then instead just do camera dot. There we go. That should be the same thing. Rather access property key global position on a base object type node. Right, because the camera is actually below that. I'll get rid of this camera code for now. Because that will not be used after I build up the camera system. Are you trying to place well or just participating for fun? I'm trying to place better than I've done in previous GMTKs. Because GMTK I've never done well in. So hopefully something like top 1,000. I'm also hoping to get top 100, but that might not happen. So I'm selling for top 1,000. Camera. Bunk. Move or set target position. And then position is going to be a vector 2. Bar target position equals vector 2 dot 320 180. Target position equals position. What category is this meant to place well in? Everything except for dialogue. Actually, people might tank us for creativity because it's Snake, but hopefully people see that's unique enough from Snake. Narrative? Yeah. Isn't that what I said? Narrative? Dialogue? Oh. Same thing. It's basically the same thing. Funk. How do I want to do the... I guess in funk process, it'll just be camera 2D dot position equals lerp from camera 2D position to target position. Wait, 0.5. Was the artwork plan in audio? Art... Well, I guess it depends what you mean by plan. I can pull up some of the sprites. So we look over here. This is kind of like a rough snake that's going to be added in. And then Big Boy Games is working on some of the background right now. So if I see the game pulled up, I'll move that over to the screen. Yeah, big boys. I was going to do like logic puzzle, A talks to B talks to C, make everyone be in the loop. Couldn't think of how to expand that idea. Yeah. I guess it depends what you mean by talks to with that. Gonna be like, is the seat taken, but it kind of strays from loop? Punk ready. Ready is going to set camera 2D dot position to target position. There we go. So now we start at the game screen. And then the camera can be moved to center on a location, and it's going to be able to zoom in later once I add that function. Bar target zoom. I guess I'll just do that now. Should I do vector 2? No, I'll just do an integer. Func set target zoom. Zoom is an int. I'll make it a float. And then target zoom is going to be equal to zoom. In process, it's going to be the same as position, except this time it will be zoom. So theoretically, if it zooms in at the start of the game... Oh, I need to do times vector 2.1. It'll be like this. Const zoom weight equals 2. I'll increase that a bit. Something else I want to do is add it so the snake can't backtrack. So over here, if input is action, press up, and last movement direction not equals direction dot down. And then same for the rest. That should make it so you can't backtrack. So now if I go over here and then try to hit to the right, it will not work. Or here to the left, it will not work. But I guess I can do the same for the direction you're already going. And then maybe have some effect when you swap directions. Yeah, I'll just copy this. There you go. So now you also can't press the direction where you're going. Hey, Big Orly. So yeah, if I pull up Big Boy's stream real quick, you can see here, this is how the environment art is looking. It's actually looking pretty good. Let me get rid of Terracore, there we go. So what do I want to work on now? I guess when you die, the zoom in on the end, and I'll do the egg hatching, well, the egg laying first. And then I'll work on the egg hatching. I think first thing I'm going to do is make it so that when you hit a wall, it gets rid of 40% of your health instead of 10%. Bonk on death. On death, it's going to call camera dot set target zoom 2. And then camera set target position to position history dot back. That doesn't pop, right? Yeah, it just returns. So then theoretically, when I die, it should zoom in onto the last part of the snake. Right, and then I need to have data here. Even though it's not used. And there we go. It zooms in onto the last element and then would lay the egg. I'm going to make the moving happen a bit faster. So now we go over here, hit ourselves on the wall a bit, and then it zooms in. So now I need a test egg sprite. So I'll do 24 by 24. I think we're using Apollo. And then just do a circle. Egg.png. Now in source, I'm going to create new scene egg. This would be a 2D scene. And this will have a sprite 2D. That is the egg texture. Now in Snake, we're going to get a reference to that. So drag it in, hold down Control. And then where I die... Oh, I queue for here. Let's get rid of that. Egg or var new egg equals egg dot instantiate. New egg dot position equals position history dot back. Add sibling new egg. So now when I die, you should lay an egg at the tail. There we go. It zooms in on it. And then you should be able to hit a key to restart. If movement is WSD, I guess restart will be... R? No. How are we going to do selection? I should see. Okay, I guess space would be select. We'll do space. Input map, add new action, space. So if it's in the death screen and space is clicked, it will restart the game. I'll be back. Okay. So next thing to do would be to make it so that the death screen actually shows. And then make a check to see if space is clicked. Visible equals true. Func input if event is... Do I want to do this in input? I do it in process. If input dot is action just pressed space and visible equals false. Camera dot set target zoom to 1. Camera dot set target position to vector to 320 180. And then the snake is going to be spawned in. Particle. I could add in a particle. I'm going to change the snake to be a scene. And then over here, persistor dot clear data or clear category. Trigger dot trigger restart. Or I guess I'll do start. Trigger.listen for start. When it gets start, it's going to call on start. On start is going to have data it doesn't use. Distant train horn. Did that play? I think it played. I guess it was so distant I didn't hear it. On start, it's going to set zoom in position and instantiate a snake. Too distant, so far away, it could be represented by a particle. True. And then in snake here, I guess I set health when it spawns in. Yeah, okay. So now when I die, it does this, and then I can push space. Non-existent float constructor. Why is that non-existent? Oh, is it for max health? There's nothing? Okay, I can pass in a default. Scope dot run default is 0. And you talk about particles enough so that people bully me about particles instead of Salmon. I have been pinged. I'll check that in a sec. You know the access property key max health on base object type dictionary. Oh, did I not fix that? Okay, why was I pinged? I have no idea why I was pinged. Okay. I guess it's not important. But that was a me ping. Oh, is it on stream? Yeah, I can stop it from showing up on stream. There we go. Actually, I have an easy way to solve this. Let's undo this. And in snake, we just set max health before we set health. It's a terrible solution, but it is a solution. We're working on that later. And then we can go back in. The snake is invisible. Oh, it's invisible because it's above tile map layer? Ordering is 10. Why fix problem when can hide problem? True. Okay. So, on death for the snake, we are going to queue free. And that hits, that hits, that hits, it lays an egg, and then you can press space to restart. How is the snake still hidden? What happened? The snake is here. The tile map is here. That index is 10. Is it below? Is it not below? What position is this at? Negative 108? Why? So why is this start.gd? This should be world.gd. It's because after I added as a child? That shouldn't affect it though. Because the world is the entire screen space. That's defeating slime. Oh, head is the one that's moved. New stake dot head dot position. So now we crash into the wall. Restart. Base option type nil. So I have to add child first. You found an idea? Oh. Okay. Let me get the grill up in a sec. Then you can respawn, hit the wall, and then go back. When you restart, it should destroy the egg. So I'll funk ready trigger.listen for start on start funk on start data queue free. And then real quick, I'm going to go to world death screen, add some text, press space to restart. There we go. Make the egg food instead of destroying the egg, just let the player eat the egg. That is something we could do. I do destroy for now, but I can swap that later. Oh, I got pinged. Is there a win screen, loss screen? Is the appearance of night scripted or randomly generated? Or are the enemies wave-based or do they randomly generate? Okay, I'll answer that in a sec. I got pinged by our composers. Well, why is this showing? I'm going to test this real quick. Oh, instead of spawning at the center, is this just spawn out the egg? Okay, I'll add that later. But I'll do wheel right now. Uh, 3, 9, 27. This could be okay. It is rare. So you can request any rare slime you want. Let me make that not a flashbang. Does Dark Reader not affect Google Sheets? I guess Dark Reader doesn't affect Google Sheets. Particle slime? Good thing you got rare. What type would that be? I feel like that'd be a cold. And this is by Sarah Click. There we go. Okay, let me answer the composers now. Yes. Bosses of a zone. Knights / other large enemies are bosses of a zone. There are also regular enemies, though. Are enemies wave-based, or do they randomly generate like Snake? I don't know. Probably waves. And then food is random. As the snake gets bigger, does the visual setting change? Yes. There we go. Hey, Anchor, welcome in. I'm going to record this real quick and send it in the chat so the composers have a reference what I'm talking about. There we go. And then I will send that in here. Imagine the snake spawns out of the egg. What's an artillery slime? He is a slime that has an artillery cannon on his back. I think that's one of the rares. Or actually, is it? No, it's one of the uncommons. I think it's one of the calcitron slimes. Where do you find that? He brought his own. I forget if I made that man-made or naturally spawning. I think it's one of the man-made ones. Should make sense. Okay, now I'll make it so that the snake spawns at the egg. Question is, how do I do that? Where I trigger start. So here. So the death screen needs to know where the egg spawned, but it can't do that. Because the egg spawns from something else. The snake? Yeah, the snake spawns that. Okay. Now, how do I get the egg to there? I guess instead of passing the egg, I could just send the data. Spawn X value new egg dot position X. And then spawn Y is position.Y. That would work. And then over here in world, we'll have a var spawn X, var spawn Y. These are the default values, which are 300, 180. And then we'll listen. There's gonna be an ad break in a sec. I'll be adding in the spawning code to make the snake spawn the egg during the ad break, and I'll show it off afterwards. On spawn X. On spawn Y. X need the data. Spawn X equals data dot value. Spawn Y equals data dot value. And then over here, position is going to be spawn X, spawn Y. So then that goes over there. You press space. It did not spawn the correct spot still. What happens if I reset this? Remove this. And then enable death at the start. And that goes over there. So the head position isn't going properly. I guess because we spawned in before. So start position in snake, I'll get a var spawn position equals vector 2.0, and then over here head dot position equals spawn position. Hey Noah. Valid assignment of property key start position with value type of vector 2 on a base object type node 2D. It has start position. Oh, start position, not spawn position. Add a rare transfer food to have its sprite replaced with a random slime from the slime game. That'd be fun. Drunk Wednesdays are my favorite days. I'm gonna have to change this to be 320, 180. It's Thursday for me now? It is Thursday for you now, yeah. All caps does not work. I'm surprised it doesn't catch that. I guess it makes sense. I'm like the demon sitting on your shoulder, but instead of giving you evil ideas, I'm just giving you ideas for pointless game ideas that don't do anything but waste time. Oh yeah. I still need to update that. How many years were passed? At most one. Remind me after GMTK to update that. I could just change it in the database, because I don't actually have the command working. This is the game you're making for GMTK? Yeah. Why does head position not change? Interesting. Looks familiar. It is not similar to any game, don't worry. I would never rip off a game. We got world. I'm gonna start the camera zoomed in. So then it zooms out when we start. Also, ads are finished. Welcome back, everybody, from ads. I forget when those ended, but you can see the snake spawning here. Is snake considered a genre these days? I don't think so. Since all those IO games that happened, there's only really the one, which was Slither. It's not really snake. You could argue paper.io and stuff is also kind of it, but that's its own thing. Snake roguelite? Snake roguelite? Yeah. It's so spawny at the center. Why? Print start position. What's it doing? That's there, which is correct. And then that's there. So start position isn't being updated. Is it because... Spawn X and spawn Y aren't called? Attempted to persist data for key spawn X with invalid data type float. That would make sense. I'm just going to allow floats. And here, if is valid float. Is that a function? I think it is. Have you played SNKRX? Yeah, I have. I currently have it owned on Steam. There we go. Now it spawns out of the egg, and then I instantly die. Single responsibly principle check. We don't believe in that here. Okay. Git status. Git add everything. Git commit. Add death and restart. Git push origin death. what even is a genre these days? True. A genre is just a bunch of clones of a game. Except it's been done enough where it's no longer considered a clone. Okay, let's go to the repository. That is not the tab I meant to go to. There we go. Projects. You spilled water all over your desk. That's unfortunate. Death is done. And now I can go to pull request, new pull request from death into main. It has conflicts. What's it conflict with? But there's no changes. You should sleep, you should sleep. I think it's... What time is it for you? Like 2 a.m.? Have to work in 7 hours? Yeah. I saw someone making an argument that a rogue shouldn't count as a roguelike the other day. I mean, I could see that argument. Imagine having conflicts with yourself. Yeah, 2:24 a.m. It is not my change that I'm having a conflict with. Track. What's happening here? There was an extra new line. Okay. Is merge something you run from the source branch or the target branch? I think I have to stash. I'll go to main. Did you move the push-ups? The push-ups are down because the camera is not set up right now. So they won't be enabled until I reset it back up. As in the game doesn't fulfill the requirements that a modern game needs to fulfill a roguelike? Really? I mean, I would say it's more of a roguelike than a lot of the roguelikes. Because doesn't it fulfill all the Berlin interpretation? Didn't look into too much further than that, but I thought it was really funny. Merge A into B, you merge into the branch you're into? Okay. Huh. Okay, I guess I manually merged. Oh, but there's things there. Okay, I see what the issue is. It's because I didn't pull the changes. So I have to git checkout. No. How do you roll back? Git reset. Undo git commit. Get reset head. You didn't pull per committing? True. Oh. Get reset head one. So this is add basic snake, fix a knockback. Okay, and then get pull origin main. So what was this change? Oh, it was the addition of the other tile map, right? Not me doing the wild dailies before going to sleep. So now we merge. Local changes the following files be over and about. How do I undo all this? Git restore all. Git remove untracked files. Git clean. Force. There we go. Now playing song. Here, I can show you. This is the song. It's Minecraft. I don't think you understand how much I need a honey slime plushie. Yeah, I need to get popular enough where Makeship or somebody is willing to make the plushie. That could be my goal for next year. Get large enough so that I can have plushies. Okay, so conflict. So we're going to go into VS Code and resolve the conflict. So we have snake and then health bar. 2 health bars. So I can remove 1 instance and then just have snake and desk grin. Westward enabled. I'll add both those. Okay, that was an easy merge. You've unmerged. Oh, there we go. Get large, grow up. Gotta start a campaign to get more Atticon fans. Why is it saying publish branch main? And then over here, I need to close pull request. So now here we've got the death commit. Nice. And then you start, zoom out, hit the wall, lay the egg, and then start from the egg. No idea how you get the effect of the core in the middle of the translucent slime, but true. You know those toys that are like the eggs, where there's a clear part and then the core? Imagine that, but slime size. Anyone that's huggable size? Yeah. I guess you can't really hug the egg toys. Hey Ryan. Night Noah. Good luck with your gem game. Thank you. Trying to get an MVP done by the end of day 1, so that the last 3 days can be polish, extra features, and actual balancing. Yeah, I like the sleep so far. You can't really do anything, there's no objects or anything. That is fine. I guess what we'll do is you start the opposite direction of where you spawn in. So instead of moving upwards always, that will change. So I have to do that. What are the tasks are in the task board? I'll do a new task. Make the spawn direction the opposite of the direction of the snake that died. Enhancement. Create issue. And then I'll assign that to myself. Okay, what else do I want to work on? I basically fixed the camera offset position, so I think that's good to be closed. I think Paper Games is about to do a PR, so I guess I'll wait for that. And then solve the PR when that's up, because it's going to be merge conflicts. Then afterwards, I could do work on the spawn direction. And maybe something to do with food. Is anything else happening in the Discord? No. I'll record a video while I wait. There you go. And then send that in chat. Okay, PR is up. Where is... Get Eddie Code to come. Oh, was there no conflicts? No, there was. There was a merchant. Why was it closed? Okay, I guess it's not open yet. Maybe PR got messed up. The other base mechanics that have to be done is the flood fill to see whether you're surrounding something. And then the enemies. Both of them be worked on by the other coders. So I guess I'll just do miscellaneous polish stuff while I wait. Maybe I can do work on the health bar. Like instead of make it instantly update, it does a tween to the new value with some sort of elastic ease in out. So welcome in over on the YouTube side. I don't know how old that message is. YouTube doesn't give timestamps. I'm assuming it's somewhat new. And Big Boy Games also added a shine shader, which would be nice. I should probably add in my small wave PP code. I'll find where I have that. It's probably in one of these two. Yeah, here it is. And we got that ready to paste in as soon as I start making changes again. Big Boy Games seems... Here, let me invade Big Boy Games to stream for a sec.
I think what it did is it overrode world. That's not what I wanted it to do. I'm just gonna... Why is it still saying tile map change? Let's reopen desktop.
Okay,
There's a mess. It's giving me Perforce PTSD.
issue with merging?
Still showing that it's tile map change. I thought I deleted that branch. It doesn't even... I don't know anymore. It now shows that there's 2 branches. Maybe there's some kind of weird merge issue. I don't know what happened. Because I have this branch. I need to undo this commit in here. Okay, but that one's not... Okay, so I do want this one. The one I actually committed stuff to. And this is the issue here. I guess I just need to...
What's happening in this? He's got...
there.
Reverting?
And now it should be the what it was before. Yeah. Okay, so I have to be careful not to... I don't know. This is a mess. I just want to delete all the branches and... Well, I tried to make the pull request, but it like was weird, and it still shows tile map changes here. I don't want that branch anymore, but I guess it's just that branch now. I have no idea what happened. Because I renamed it in GitHub Desktop, but it didn't actually rename the branch, so I don't know. Okay. So that's just like a local name, whatever. I guess that's why that didn't change.
Yeah, that would be only local.
I mean, let me just try it again. Last time I did this pull request, it like planed. I don't know why.
Okay. So it's gonna make the pull request. And then what's it doing?
Yeah, so it did all this again where it's because it's not up to date with can it be create merge commit? It's optional. Okay.
You click create merge
Well,
commit,
just take a look
it
at it.
merges
I don't know,
automatically. There is no
should I merge commit this, or because last time I did this, then it. Okay.
There we go.
Maybe it's fine now.
And then click create merge commit again.
Let's see what happens. Okay, so it's gonna do a conflict check, which I'm pretty sure it should conflict because I change what? I want to merge 0 commits from. Does that mean it's already been merged? This is the commit I want to merge in. Right. Yeah. Is it still checking? Okay. What? So it's only showing 3 commits, but that doesn't make any sense unless I committed a main or something weird. Unless
the other
this
branches.
is the merge right here. Oh, what branch am I on? I'm on the main branch. So did it merge? I guess it did. But did I accidentally just overwrite the world scene? I have no idea what happened. Maybe there's some weird... Because it showed that I changed... Okay, no, that's merging main into tile map change. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, I'll check.
Something's weird.
Let me.
Okay.
Well.
I did change
Get
the
pull
tile
origin
map.
main.
I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, just take a look at it and see what's going on.
Get
I guess I
stash.
can go ahead and change my branch to main and see if it's fine. Let me try that, I guess. This is why, though, we should just keep everything at a different... No. So my changes are not in main yet. Or wait, let me fetch origin and see. I'm stupid. Maybe it is fine. Okay, there's 4. That's probably... It probably went through then. The death isn't now? Okay. I mean, it shows that it is right here. Merge branch death. Unless me doing this or something overrode.
Where is the instance?
Yeah,
Here it is.
I don't know what's going on. Something weird. It's probably my own mistake, my own fault, but I don't know what I did.
Load failed due to missing
I've never had an
dependencies.
issue like that before. Did you make the snake like a separate scene? Because it's not in here unless you did and it's just not. Because I thought you said you turned some things into separate scenes, right? This doesn't seem to be in separate stuff though. Let me actually run this and see what happens. Let's see if I'm able to die now. Snake is its own scene. Well, I'm on main, and...
Did I not push egg?
Snake is not its own scene now. So... maybe what I did broke everything. I don't see the snake scene anywhere in the project. Restart. Okay. And GitHub. Let me just do that.
Git status.
Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
Untracked files, snake and egg. How would that be untracked? Git
Now
clean.
Okay, so what happened there? I put this commit up, it adds in all the stuff, and it changes world that scene. And it does this stuff, it changes the tile map data. And then I merged that, then I merged main changes into that for some reason. And then I revert it because that's not what I wanted to do. Definitely happened with the merge. Yeah. I think it merged this stuff where it removes like egg.gd and stuff. Okay, yeah. I do apologize about that. I have no idea what happened.
Pretty up to date. It's not up to date
because
though.
of this business, but it didn't let me merge my changes until I did that. I just need to be careful about that.
So what happened
This is why
here?
we should have different scenes anyways. Because it causes a lot of weird issues if we don't with conflicting. Yeah, I think we just need to revert like these commits right here or whatever. When I got rid of these and reverted it. Because this one deleted all this stuff. World.gd.
I think merge main. I think it's because you reverted main.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. I mean, if we just
Trade
revert the
pick.
change with that, just revert the commit. My bad. I messed everything up.
Cannot cherry pick? Okay, I guess not.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Yeah, I think reverting back to main, but I wonder, why did I have to revert to main? Because it wouldn't let me do the pull request without, like, reverting to main or reverting main again. I don't know. I don't know why. It's probably just because it wasn't able to merge the changes in world.scene, but I do not know.
Okay, so how am I going to do this? Yet I want to re-merge a branch, but it's saying up to date. Force branch to try to merge again.
I do apologize. I'm not really sure what I did. Unknown artist, welcome in, welcome back. I didn't realize there's 35,000 people in this jam this time.
Git revert
when we did
M1.
one in 2023, it was more like 6,000 or something, wasn't it?
Copy commit ID.
6,000 entries. I don't know how many people joined though.
Cannot revert.
Versus Snake. What was the theme for this one again? It was like roles reversed. Yeah.
Why is that?
I never did the 2024 one. That was when I was like busy with Starground stuff. It was like right around the time of Starground release. Because Starground release like.
Okay, let me. Am I going to do this? Okay, what if I git reset everything and then git diff main death to changes.patch and then git apply changes.patch. No valid patches in input. I want to force the patch changes. Or I can okay, I'm gonna cherry pick. What's the hash? I think I just did one, yeah. Copy commit ID. Cannot apply. Because there's a conflict. So we're going to remove health bar. Remove these. Accept both. And then that is fixed. So I add that. How is there still more? Oh, it's because I didn't save it. And then I go into the game. So undo non-stage changes. Okay, edit. Play. And then it crashed? Why does it crash? What? What would cause it to crash? Debugger errors. There's nothing there. Oh, is it because the UUID is missing? If I do this, save, and then open it up. No, it's still like that. There we go. And then you start, you die, then you respawn. Okay. And then now, I'm going to commit that. Refresh changes, then publish. And now if I go to the Git repo, there we go. Let's tell Chip.
What is this? Steam trailer player updated. Apparently the Steam trailer player is better now. Oh yeah, it is. Main is good now? Alrighty. I do apologize about breaking everything. I will try not to do that again. Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, let's stash change, continue. Yeah, we definitely need to make sure that all of the like scenes and stuff are separate. Because it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
All right.
We just make sure it's fine for Chip.
Let's see if this is normal now.
Well, the game's starting to turn out. You got the tile map in the back. And then you can crash into something. And then lay an egg. And then respawn from the egg. Good, Chip's playing it. Let me make sure this is good.
Oh, there we go. I can't see the edges of the world. So I guess we're just not doing the camera stuff, which is fine. Although that tile there is cut off, so I don't know what's going on with that. Can if you die? Oh, okay. Can if you die? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine then. Oh, yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, the camera on the right side is a little weird. Like, it doesn't get cut off right at the tile. So just keep that in mind. It's probably something that needs to be adjusted a little bit.
Yeah, I'll do
It's
fix
probably
that.
just because the aspect ratio of our camera is not the same as the aspect ratio of our tile set. So
That makes sense.
should be pretty easy to fix, though. Yeah, I think the static camera, like, is a lot easier to play with, in my opinion. I think this is gonna be better. I don't know what's going on with the snake sprites, if those are moving along or not. But we'll see. I mean, I'm happy to work on the snake stuff. It's gonna be done. It's just whatever. So many days do we have? We have I think he said 4 days in the live stream, but it's today, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday. I think it's like Sunday morning. Yeah, 4 days. Sunday morning is when the jam is over.
Yeah.
So
It's 1 p.m.
it's 4
EST for
days.
me. So it's somewhat the morning for me, but
Yeah. I think we can get a whole bunch of stuff done in time for that. I mean, just getting an MVP done like day one would be great, right? Just something somewhat playable so that we can keep expanding on different content. Adding in more food and enemies and upgrades and stuff. Technically, it's playable. I mean, there's not much of a game to play, but
you
Also,
can
abs are
die, you
for
can
everybody,
respawn.
so
What else do you
that's
need?
but yeah.
Okay.
Hold on, guys. So is that little circle supposed to be an egg? I can draw an egg sprite.
Okay. We're at the gym, are we? We are
I can also do a
8
little
hours.
animation of the egg cracking open if you want to. Well, I imagine we could do that with a particle system. But yeah. Whatever works. I can draw I mean, it's pretty easy. I just have to split the 2 halves of the egg into 2 sprites. So I'll just do that. Egg gets laid at the end of the snake wing. Yeah. Okay.
My chat wants
So we'll just do
particles.
24 by 24. Do a crack if you want. Yeah. I think it'd be nice. Might as well. Chat wants particles. Yeah. We can do, I mean, both works. I can draw the two halves of it cracked so that you could, like, have a particle emitter of each half that kind of shoots out and sits there for a minute and then fades out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be good.
So, like, if this is our egg, I would split it down the middle, and then we just have the two halves. But yeah, whatever works. I can just do a quick little animation of, like, the crack going up the egg. You know, we can throw some sounds on there and stuff. We'll do whatever. So a snake egg, don't they have like soft eggs? It's not like a hard egg. They have like a sack egg, right? So are we gonna do are we gonna be biologically accurate? Or are we just gonna kind of do a regular egg?
Nobody will know if we do a regular egg.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure snake eggs are like soft.
Nobody knows snake biology. True, yeah. On one hand, I just did a jam with this exact theme. On the other hand, the game I made was kind of mid. There is still another 3.5 days.
Oh, you know snake biology? That's true, that's true. We'll just do a regular egg, because I think it's more satisfying to actually see the egg crack open than just kind of a wet sack. So egg. I'll make it look more exotic by giving it some spots and stuff.
Okay, so he's working on the egg. I will do coding again. So what do I want to do? Right, spawn direction. In the opposite direction. In terms of suspension of disbelief in this game, I think having hard eggs isn't the hardest to manage. Define hard egg. I guess that would be a regular egg. Having an egg that cracks. Yeah, it would be easy to implement. Was the food not added in? Oh, there's food here. It doesn't spawn. Here, I'll make the food spawn. That can be what I work on right now. Making food spawn in. Do we want food to be over time? I guess, yeah. And then if there's no food that are on the map, it does another one. And then over time, one more food spawns. I'm just saying, I think someone concerned with realism would have problems before the egg. Don't worry, this game is extremely realistic. You gotta watch out for the snakes, they're gonna eat all the houses. What was I doing with that? Oh yeah, I moved it over and then I need to assign myself. There we go. Over here. Get checkout. Food. I think humans would not survive in a world without eating snakes. I feel like they would be hunted to extinction pretty quickly, based on the current human track record. Because there's no way they can reproduce faster due to how large they are. So, I mean, if we evolved alongside them... I mean, even so, they would be hunted to extinction. Like, if you look at stuff like mammoths, mammoths are completely gone. For food, I'm gonna make it in the parts folder. Apple.txt. Banana.txt. I suppose it depends on the precise biology. I don't think there is one that would make it survive, though. Because no large animals can reproduce quickly. They rely on living for large periods of times, but then there would be more opportunity for them to get killed by humans. Let's swap the syntax highlighter for all these. Images. And then we'll move these three into there. Dummy dummy. I'll just dummy all these. Most I mean how a giant snake would stack up against tribal humans in combat, because with sufficiently thick scales, I'm not sure how much humans with stone and flint tools would be able to do. Fair. But yeah, eventually something would be developed to deal with them. But yeah, I guess it would wreak havoc for a bit. Source, create new scene, food. Var key. On ready var data equals data dot. It's hard to answer the question because there wouldn't exactly be a reason for a snake like that to evolve in the first place, so figuring out how it plausibly functions is hard. Yeah. Data dot. Data food. Unready var texture equals data dot images indexed by key. And then in ready, it just sets the texture of sprite 2D to texture. So now if I go to world, drag in a food, like over here or something. And then set the key. Oh, I can't. How can I still not? Okay. I'll just do the regular spawn-ins. This will be a 10. Okay, there's ad break going. During the ad break, what am I gonna do? I guess I'll just make food spawn in. Trigger dot listen for death. On death. Funk on death. I guess I'll make it a persistent value, actually. Wrong loop? What is the correct loop, Prodigal? I just caught my first one of those in this stream. Yeah, I guess here, I'll just do no on death. Instead, it will persistor dot persist data game active true. And then when it ends here, game active equals false. Is the slime before my last slime? Nice. Let me see if I can scroll up. Oh, it was. Nice. If persistor.getValue game active. Oh, this should be process. Bar food timer. Food timer minus equals delta. If food timer is less than 0, food timer equals 1. For a new food equals food.instantiate. Add child, new food. New food dot position equals vector 2, Randy range 0, 640, and then Randy range 0, 360. Welcome back to everybody from the ads. I should have added food spawning now if this works. And it does not work. Because I did not set the key. Dot key equals apple. And there we go. An apple spawned, apple spawned, apple spawned. And then we got apples everywhere. So now we have food spawning. If this works, immediately crashes. So this will have to be data to data dot food. How do you get the keys? Dot keys. Dot pick random. So this should be a random one of apple, banana, and whatever the third one is, blueberry. There we go. We got apple, banana, blueberry. Now it randomly picks which food to spawn in. Next, I'll have to make it so that instead of this is going to be divided by 24. And then times 24. There's just some big blueberries? True. Okay, so it is offset by 12. I want an apple-sized blueberry. I feel like that would be too juicy, though. Did the shine effect not get pushed? Oh, it's in shaders. Okay. So in here, I'm gonna have to add shine.g shader. No such thing? Okay. There we go, and now it's shining. Add the shadow. And then do a temp apple sprite so I can test. Why is that not updated? There we go. Shadow. I'll just call that sprite. Then the shadow is going to go below and down. Now if I play, dude. Oh, because it's trying to get a reference to Sprite 2D. And this should have shadows. There we go. We got shadows on the food. I'm going to give them a bit of opacity. Did I say it? I meant transparency. Same thing. And then here, I'm going to make this bob up and down a bit. Difference being that if you add transparency, you're making it more transparent. If you add opacity, you're making it more opaque. True. But what if you integer overflow the transparency? Const min food time equals 3, const max food time equals 5. And this is going to be randif range min food time, max food time. And then on death, trigger dot listen for death on death. It's going to destroy all the fruit. And I can do some actual behavior later, but this is good for now. So that the field actually resets. There we go. This is going to be food sprite. Bunk ready. Var tween equals create tween. This would be bob tween. Bob tween dot tween property self position y final value minus 4 over 0.5 and then minus 2 over 0.5. This is going to have the ease set to ease in out, and then the transformation set to sinusoidal. So now the food should bob up and down. There it goes. It does not loop though. There we go. Now it's bobbing. Also make the shadow expand and contract. And do some tiny bit of rotation, I guess. Food shadow.gd. Scale. Scale. Vector 2.1 times 0.8. And then vector 2.1. That's how it works, right? If something's higher up, it's a smaller shadow? Is that how shadows work? Let me test. Nope, it's a larger shadow. And I guess it would be less visible as well. So this would be set parallel. The higher up it is, the larger it should be, but with a lower opacity, yeah. So we can do modulate from color 0, 0, 0. I guess I'll do 255 from 80. To 40. Divided by 255, I guess. Point 0, so it actually becomes a float. I did the expirates? Okay. I'm just adding in food right now. That is not working properly. Because I did not set, or I did not chain. Or the shadows white because I have a bug right now. Don't worry about that. Should be fixed now? Never mind. Oh, it's because I did 255 instead of 1. Yeah. There we go. That's kind of what it's going to be, but it needs to be a lot smaller in effect because it looks a bit weird right now. The shadow needs to shrink when the food goes up instead of expanding. Shadows expand when they go up. I originally had it like that, and I tested it with my hand, and the shadow increased when you go higher. I think I'll do subtler size effect, though. There we go. It's a lot smaller in effect now. Okay, so the egg sprites are in. Food is spawning in now. I guess we could do sprites for the health bar and polishing that up a bit. What else do we need? I guess the enemies. In real life, because sun rays are parallel, shadows don't actually change size when objects move up and down outside. Does that depend where the sun is, though? I guess it wouldn't. Yeah, that makes sense. What's that gonna do? Great, rotation. Rotation tween equals create tween. Pi divided by 8. Negative pi divided by 8. This would be 1 point. I guess this would be 1 and 1. Shadows change size because they get closer further away from the light source. Objects on Earth can't get closer further enough to from the sun to make any meaningful difference. Yeah, makes sense. Oh, I put this as part of Bob Tween. I need to change that. This would be a lot smaller for rotation, though. Stylistically, I think that looks good, though. Yeah. I think I'll do an even smaller rotation. 64 here. There we go. Now the food looks a bit polished. I think this is good enough to merge in. Oh, that is not the correct terminal. This is. Git add everything. Git commit. Add food. Git push origin. Food. Credentials have expired. Oh, that is not correct. There we go. I'm gonna hide my screen for a sec. Because I'm opening up the credential manager. The credential manager keeps messing up the credentials for some reason. Now I can show this. There we go. New pull request. I saw merge in chips first. Or did it already merge? It already merged. There were games. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. I'm about to merge in my changes, and then I can show everything together. Let me just get this in. There we go. git pull origin main. Play this. There we go. So this is the game we're making currently for the jam. You've got a snake, you spawn in. Food spawns in over here and other places on the map, and then you'll theoretically be able to circle it to increase your snake size. So if I ram into a wall real quick so that I die. It lays an egg, okay. That's a good looking egg sprite. And then I can restart, and then I hatch out of the egg. We should probably not spawn on the edges? Yeah. I guess I'll do that. Change. Before I forget. So this is 24 to minus 24. There we go. Yeah, I guess a few sprays. There's the static one, the cracking animation, the broken egg, and a chunk you can use for a particle system. Alright. Yeah, I can set that up. Div 0. I added a bit of polish to the food, so now they rotate a tiny bit as well. Yeah, the game's coming along well. We just need to get the other base mechanics in, and then the MVP should be good. So yeah, I'll just add a bunch of polish while I wait for that. Two blueberries spawned in the same spot. Maybe that should also not be a thing. I'll have to check for that. Yeah, currently when you die is the only spot you can see the edges. I might still do a tiny bit of camera movement, but like very, very small. I'm open to do programming stuff if needed. Okay. What's left to do for coding? The MVP. I guess it's basically just UI right now. Because this is blocked by the enemies not being in yet. And then there's the upgrade system, which hasn't been worked on at all yet. Yeah, with the food, I added that to my data handler. So you can see there's a parts folder now. In that, there's a food folder, one txt file for each of the food. I just put a dummy key in there for now because I need to do that. And then images in here. So we've got a generic food object. And then you assign it a key when you spawn it in. And then that populates the data and the texture. And then auto-assigns the texture for the food. Based on the key. And then once we get data in for food, like if food does different things or something, then that would be read in from the data object. And yeah, similar thing would happen with the upgrades. Slash enemies, slash anything where there's a bunch of options of what it could be. With the main menu, I feel like it would be... Don't you get familiar with components more? Yeah. I really like my components. I don't think I could make a game without them now. I also have been abusing the persister a bit. Where's a good spot where I do it a bunch? Why is this not really one? But yeah, I added the new version of the persister, so if you persist data and give it a value, it automatically sends a signal in the triggerer. So then, for example, in world here, I listen for when the value changes and then update my value in this object accordingly. And I also listen for stuff like, I have the health bar listening for when health changes and then only update when health changes. Unless I didn't actually push that yet. No, I did push that. Okay. Oh yeah, for UI, the main menu, I feel like it would be cool if it smoothly transitions into the game, kind of like how I have for the eggs. Like maybe there's a snake going around on the main menu and then it lays an egg, and then that egg you then hatch out of for the actual gameplay. Similar to how the death system works. Or it could be some other way to transition in. That could be cool. Can get it all set up in a scene so we can drop into a main world scene? Alright. Food I'm going to close because food is done. Yeah, I guess I'll just do miscellaneous polish right now. I'll probably go grab dinner first though. Fair? I'll be back to work and stuff. Alright. So the thing I want to work on is making these snakes spawn in on the opposite direction of where the death direction is. And I'll also make the snakes spawn all on the same tile. So over here, instead of doing offset, it would just be at a position. And then it goes out from that. So then when you die, and then hatch out of the egg, you start from that one spot and then go. I think temporarily, I'll make it so if you run into food, you eat it. Just so we can test the growing. And then that can be swapped over to the looping later. Or maybe both will be able to be done. Is prefixing with an underscore convention for event handlers of some sort? Prefixing with an underscore makes it a private function. So theoretically, what that means would be things that aren't within this script shouldn't be calling it. So for example, an on health change, that's something I only use in this script by adding it to this signal handler. So no other object would need access to it. That's not enforced at all within Godot. So you can still use the functions, but it's hidden in the documentation when you look at the documentation for this object. And typically standards would be you're not supposed to use it if it has underscore. Same thing happens with variables. Deathdir X is movement direction dot X, and then Deathdir Y is movement direction Y. deathster X, deathster Y. And then put functions for these. Deathster X, deathster Y. And this is going to start as 0 and 1 so that it goes upwards. No, -1. And when the snake spawns in, snake dot movement direction equals vector 2 deathster X deathster Y, except it will be the negative of that. So it goes in the opposite direction. What happened here? Movement direction is 0, 1. If input is action pressed left, unless movement direction not equal direction of right. Okay, why is that an invalid comparison? What's it trying to compare? Interesting. So just realized because I invert it, this should be actually 1. Oh, it's because this is an enum. It's not actually a vector. Okay, got it. World. This is going to be instead of deathster, this is going to just be deathster itself. It's going to be movement direction. That's going to pass an integer because it's an enum. Over here, I'm going to listen for deathster. And then set the value. And then this would just set deathster here. So this would be the same direction, theoretically. Yeah. And then I have to adjust it so it's the inverse. So I'll do a helper function here to get that. How's it going? What's the pitch for your GMTK game? It is essentially Snake, except instead of eating the food, you have to loop yourself around it to collect it. So if we go into game real quick, we've got the snake. Food spawns, and then to collect it, you theoretically would go something like that. And then once you hit your own body, it checks to see everything within the range and collects it all. And there's going to be enemies and stuff that are going to try to damage you. Once you eat enough, you'll also grow in scale and then go to different zones to eat larger objects. Are you making a game for it? Func get opposite direction. Direction is a direction. Match direction. How does this... Return direction dot down. I think this works. I'm not, but excited to see what people are making. Made 2 new prototypes over the last 2 weekends. Really proud of. Nice. Playing the next patch for Surf's Up. Yeah, I heard that your game's doing really well. Congrats on that. Thank you. We were on the front page of free games on Steam today. Nice. Broke 22k lifetime players. Nice. When I change, right, I was getting opposite direction. So this is going to new snake dot get opposite direction, and then Deathter. This should be 2, I believe. Or not? What happens if I set to 1? Okay, setting to 1 does it. So now this starts with you going up. If I die up here, it lays an egg, and then I would go down. There we go. Okay, so that works. So now you no longer crash instantly into the wall after you spawn in. And now if I die on the left, I go to the right. Okay, first to spawn in. It took a bit. Add loot boxes that give you different particle effects. I could do that. I really like how this is turning out. Okay, so this is done. Close issue. There's nothing left in here that I could work on, because Chip's going to be doing the menus. So I guess I'll just add random things. What do I want to work on? Health bar polish? I could do the bit slayer number in the background. I guess I'll do that. So we'll do a new rich text label. So start at 0, centered, anchor to the center. We can really clean particle. Yeah, I guess I'll also add particles. That's something to do. I do not want to clip. Theme overrides, font size. I want the font to be 64. 128. Something like this. And then more hidden. Like that. I think I want to go under the snake, though. So this will have to be... here? Yeah, there we go. So now that's under. Oh, there's a scroll bar. Need to fix that. And then when the score increases by you collecting food, that number would increase. So I need to do score, func ready, trigger.listen for score, on score, func on score, gets the data, and then based on the amount, it's going to set the text. So text equals new string. This would be center, %d replaced by data.value. Make the number Comic Sans. And then I'll do a test by letting the user pick up the food by ramming into it. Which probably won't be in the final version, but I will do this while I wait for flood fill to be done. I guess based on the current code, the snake's gonna ram into the food. I feel like that'd be funny. Let me look at that. Yeah, it just rams into the food and then gets knocked back. Funk. Yeah. I'll add a group to this. The group will be food. So on head area entered. If area.is in group food, it would do code, else it does the other code. And then this will be persister dot change value score by 1 area dot queuefree. So now if I hit something, is there nothing going to spawn? Oh, there's one. How did it spawn all the way over there? You ram it, now score increases to 1. So now it's basically just snake. So how many tiles are in here? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 tall. $26 wide? $27 wide? Yeah, 15 tall, 27 wide. Okay. And just like that, we have snake, but your tail is cosmetic. How do I do this? So we got 0.50. Is this inclusive? It is inclusive. So 0.14, 0.26, except this should be -1 and +1. Oh, did I get rid of the grass there? Now we can move around. Where is the food? There's no way it's not spawning, right? There's one. There's a bunch of them. Where are these? This blueberry is 132, 468. Oh, I did it reversed. 25, 13. There we go. I guess I could do a spawn animation for these. Spawn animation and eat animation. I guess that would be a back ease. One thing I also have to add is if there's no food on the map, then it instantly spawns another. I'll do that now before I forget. Persister.change value active food by 1. And then over here, when it eats food, it's going to change active food by -1. In world, it's going to listen for active food. Func on active food data. If data.value equals 0, then it's going to instantly spawn one in. So I'll do a new function for that. With an underscore. Copy this code. And then call that here, call that here. So now if I eat that apple, it should instantly spawn one. There we go. So now there's always going to be at least something on the map. But things will spawn extra if there isn't one. What do I want to do now? The spawning animation. So over here. I do the sprite first. Var spawn tween equals create tween. Ease out. Transformation back. No loop. And that will just go to scale vector 2.1. Scale equals vector 2.0 up here. So theoretically, when something spawns in, it should grow in size. There we go. It's a bit quick. Maybe I'll slow that down. And I'll also do that on the shadow. It's looking super clean. That is what I'm an expert at. It's basically all I do. Oh, but the scale's like there. Okay, so I'll have to... Oh, but then it's disconnected from the bob. Actually, no, it's a full cycle. It's a full cycle. Spawn tween dot tween callback. This. That spawns in, you grab it. Nice. Is there something wrong with the shadow? The shadow isn't moving correctly. There you go. So now the shadow actually increases. And I'll make it so that if you eat something, it expands your snake. Food by 1. Initial body count, sure, I'll start at 8. And then plunk on food. I just don't even really need to do that. I'm already in the snake object. I'll do it separately anyways. No. No, I'll just put it in there. It's fine. So over here, after the area.queueFree, we'll add a new body. Position equals position history dot back. There you go. So start at 8. If I eat a food, it should expand me by 1. There we go. And now the snake increases. It's not really, it's just Snake. Long boy, yeah. Okay, it's gonna be an ad break in a sec. I'd probably just look around for things I can add during the ad break. But yeah, maybe I'll actually do the health bar polish now. If you can cross through yourself, your own body's not planning to be an obstacle? No. I think there was some instance where you could pass through yourself and then maybe you get tied up in a knot and then it would be a hindrance. But typically no. Something that'd be cool is if you go over a patch or something, it does a little effect. I'm not sure how to do that if it's on a tile map though. And then it resets at the correct size. The score doesn't reset though. I guess I could do this. Or just erases it fully. I thought, what if you had some sort of system where you only have a certain number of passes over yourself, maybe connect to health? I'm not sure how it was going to be done, but yeah, there was something kind of like that was planned out. Var original value equals persisted category key. Welcome back everybody from the ads. I'm just fixing a bug real quick, where the score isn't updating back to 0 when you die. Do you regain health at the moment? You do not. Maybe I can do that where if you eat food, you regain a bit. Okay, it's still 1. Because I cleared category, not data. That's gonna be hard to fix. I'll note that down later for me to fix. Fix clear category so it updates values. Assign to me, create. Okay. But yeah, I add a health regen. Over here, persistor.change value health, change value clamp max health, and then the max is persistor.get value max health. Expect at least 3. Oh, because I need persistor, enums, scope, run. If you can regain health by eating food and crossing over yourself does some damage but less than you gain from eating food. That could work. There we go. Now you heal a bit. So the question of yourself to eat food is fine, but you still have to think about navigating around yourself for generative traversal. The thing is, you're probably not going to be able to directly eat food in the final version. At that point, why not just make the loop? Circulating food will give you health, right? Yeah. Until I would have to tween the health bar. Var health tween. If health tween not kill. Health tween equals create tween. Tween or set ease out. Transformation back. Tween property. Self or not self, health fill. Scale X. Final value of this. Over 0. Actually over 1. So now when you take damage, it makes the health bar go down smoothly. And then when you pick up stuff, it should also be smooth. There we go. The thought would be that you need to cross over yourself to make a loop around food, take some damage from crossing yourself, regain the health from eating food. So it works to make you think more about how you... Okay, I see. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, the original plan was if you make a loop and you don't surround anything, you take damage, but I guess what you just said accomplishes the exact same thing. That's an interesting case where it makes you go down. Okay, the spawn direction will probably have to be based on where in the map the player is. Change spawn direction to be based on location on the map. Currently, it's the inverse of the death direction, but if the snake is large, you can still spawn on the opposite hedge and crash into the wall when you spawn. Great issue. There you go. Are you playing as the snake blocks from Super Mario World? Yes. I know you're too young to know what I mean. How would I be too young to know what you mean? Mario Maker exists. Not the same? It's basically the same. I'm talking original 16-bit SNES goodness. Fair. But yeah, we basically just got regular Snake gameplay going right now. Okay, that's screen shake. And then maybe damage flash on the health bar. The snake went through itself though? Yeah. You can go through yourself right now. Ignore that though. That will come into play later. But the mechanic's not done yet. Bar old health. Var health shine tween. Maybe the fun is oh no. The train is broken again? How? How is the train broken again? Bucky, what do you keep doing? Where's the train scam? Blame OBS. I don't know what's happening. Hi, Bucky. Can I refund you for that? I'd have to go over to Twitch dashboard. Oh, that is... It autoplayed a stream. Why does Twitch like to autoplay a stream with audio as soon as you open up the website? Play Dicey Bugs? I'm not gonna credit you as the name Play Dicey Bugs. I'll credit you as Prodigal. Lame. I can put a link to Dicey Bugs though. Where's the train? Train yeet. Oh, do I not get to the thing from here? No, I have to go to Stream Manager, and then go to Manage Reward Requests, and then in here we've got Train yeet. Reject. There you go. You got your points back. Because the train is a scam. If you do it again, though, I'm not refunding you. You know what I'm gonna do now, though? Oh, no. Wait, is it gonna be game tool? Right, I forgot push-ups are disabled. Note to self. Where's my note to self? Also, why do I have a message? There you go. Add prodigal to credits with dicey bugs link. There we go. Oh no. Bucky. Oh, you did both. Here you go. You got an explosion in. I don't know what's funny. At this point, it 100% would have been push-ups. Sag, yeah. I'll get the camera set up at some point. It's not plugged in right now. We can do some game duel. Let me do the shine real quick, and then I'll open it up. Tween property, health fill, modulate, color dot green if old health is less than data dot value, else color dot red. Yeah. And then old health is going to equal data value. This will be over 0.5. And then it would do a 0.5 back to white. What happened? Data value is nil. No, old health is nil. That's what happened. Hydrate, okay. Let me... Why is it doing it? Oh, it's the same tween? There you go. So now it flashes red when you take damage, and then when you eat, it should flash green. There we go. Meat slime, nice. Okay, here's the hydrate. Health bar is going to start with scale X of 0, so that it goes up to the actual thing. Oh, it goes out of the bar though. Maybe I start it. No. Okay, this is fine. We're doing game duel now. Game duel is now in the Play Store. This fruit sprite's really nice. Is Valkara the artist again? Valkara is one of the artists, and then Big Boy Games is the other artist. So Big Boy Games is the one that did the fruit sprites and also the background. Valkara is currently working on the snake art. All right. What's a good starting game? Somebody give a random game. Any game. First thing that comes to your mind. I like how I've gotten no submissions so far. If I don't get a response, Super Mario World, okay. I would have picked Code Vein if I didn't get a response. So it is one of these, probably action. Not adventure, not platform. Not Nintendo. We should do a source check, so I'll do Stanley Parable. It is first person, not comedy, not indie. And it's older. Not source. Okay, so what about Unreal? What's a good Unreal game? I guess I don't really know one. Let's do... Is Titanfall first person? I think Titanfall is first person. It is a shooter. Also, that was source. Why did I do that? We know it's a shooter, though. It's worth it. Call of Duty 3. Call of Duty 2. Okay, that's info. It's Activision. What's an Activision game? I don't know what first-person shooters Activision made. Also, how is this not it? What would be missing? Is it co-op that's missing? I guess it would be. What's a popular shooter? We've got... I don't think... Is it Doom? Doom isn't Activision, is it? Or is it? I'll might as well. True. I'll send it. I don't know which one. Doom 64? Okay, that is the correct game engine. Do you know? That is the exact release year. So it is in ID Tech. It is in that release year. But it's Activision instead of this. What fits in that category? Okay, I'm going to take the clue. Okay, that's a useless clue. Unfortunate. I guess there wouldn't really have been a useful thing. It could have been maybe themes. So single player, multiplayer, cooperative, ID Tech, 1997 shooter. What's a popular shooter? Popular older shooter. In ID Tech. It's definitely not Doom because it's wrong franchise. There's nothing beyond this? Yeah. This is way too old for my knowledge. Battlefront. Nope. Is it Battlefield that I was thinking of? Battlefield 1. Battlefield 1 is 2016? Okay. What's another shooter? Have you guessed Quake? I've not guessed Quake. It is Quake, but it is a different Quake. Quake 2? It is Quake 2. Nice. Good guess. Welcome in. I forgot about Quake. That makes sense. I forgot about Quake too. Just about to get Quake as well. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, this is what my game's looking like for anybody who hasn't seen it yet. Currently, it's basically just a regular Snake gameplay. But that will change probably in day 2. I'm just adding some polish to a bunch of things. Following to watch Mongolo play Game Doll. Yeah, I've got a Game Doll redeem on my stream. So as soon as somebody redeems that, we go into Game Doll mode. Welcome in. The actual topic currently of the stream, though, is working on the GMTK Jam game. What should I polish up? I guess I'll make it so the bar doesn't start with this. If old health equals 0, then don't do this. Please explain how this is not classic Snake. It is classic Snake right now. That will change. Don't worry. There will be things like guns added. Actually, I'm not sure if there will actually be a gun, but there will be bullets. Snakes and guns, Snake with guns. Basically, the premise is, instead of eating the food, you're supposed to loop around the food to collect it. So say this food, you would loop around it and then hit your body to create a loop, and everything within the loop is collected. And there's also going to be enemies that spawn in that try to damage you. You can also loop around them to deal damage to them. Or when you loop around food, it also sends bullets towards them to deal damage to them. I need to go to sleep, and now you've given me snake gun nightmare fuel. So the gun is just the bullets getting fired at the enemies once you circle around food. That is not in-game yet, though, because the flood fill hasn't been coded yet. Snakes with legs? I could add legs into here. Oh, I made it so old health is part of this, so it doesn't actually ever do the flash. It does the flash there. But why? Turn to old health. Good luck with the rest. Good night. Night, Bucky. So wait, let me try to snipe a fish to troll Sarah. It is salt. I feel like that would not mesh well with a fish. Okay, didn't do the flash that time. It didn't do the flash that time. What? Why is it not doing the flash now? Oh, it's if it's equals 0, I need to do not equal 0. There you go. So it doesn't do the flash. I hit something and now it flashes. Nice. How many bits to remove fish? You cannot purge all fish out of the ecosystem. I feel like that would have dire ramifications on the entire planet. I guess you can't go on dates with them anymore if you do that, though. So who cares about the ramification? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make it so that it's gonna be possible to remove slimes. Apart from me removing them for some reason. No more fish. I'll do some code to take damage whenever you run into yourself. To do that, I'm gonna have to go to the body part, make this an area 2D, give this a group of body, give this a collision shape. Collision shape is going to be a rectangle. And then the snake is going to check for that. LF area is in group body. Else. And the body code is going to be resistor change value health -4. Or let's do -2. I was continually hitting it. Right. Because there's the one behind it. I guess this would have to be a lot smaller. And then the snake one will be smaller. So now you're fine, not taking damage. If you then loop over yourself, you take a bit of damage. If you go where you already were, you take a bunch. So that kind of hinders you going into yourself. I might also make it so that if you go straight on into yourself, it collides like you hit a wall though. Then if I go into here, I'm going to take a bunch of damage. Yeah. What happens if I die if I'm not against the wall? Oh, it doesn't die. Why? I didn't clamp in. Get value Or get value health. What's happening here? Can't change the state we're flushing queries. Use call deferred. That's fine for now. Where do I do death? Here. Yeah, because I just do equals equals here. Okay. So that's why I didn't cause a death. I'm going to add something for body damage cooldown. So when you spawn in, or when you hit a wall, you don't continually take damage for a bit. Okay, what if I cause a death like this, and I die there? Okay. Var... So we'll do const. Body damage cooldown time. Var body damage cooldown equals 0. And process if this is greater than 0, then minus equals delta. And then here, and body damage cooldown is less than or equal to 0. Take damage. Over here, it's going to set body damage cooldown equal to body damage cooldown time. And then on spawn, it's also going to do that. It instantly dies. How? What did I mess up? And body damage cooldown is less than or equal to 0. Body damage cooldown equals that. What? Is this the thing killing me? No. So what's dealing a bunch of damage? Value 20, trigger health. Add a clamp number. Minus 40 to key health in category run. Why is it set minus 40 if I don't go against the wall? Add slime repellents that allow you to not catch certain types of slimes. That is a good idea. Remind me about it when I'm working on the slimes. I use them in streams so that anyone in the current stream is less likely to catch that type. That is actually a functionality of the classes. You can make certain types more or less common, depending on what class you have. It's not implemented yet though, but theoretically. Oh, it's because I did the if here. So I have to do if this in a separate if and then call that. Okay, that's what happened. Because it was detecting things in the group body, but it didn't satisfy the other condition. There we go. Now you hit back, and it takes a bit before you can damage yourself again. Hey, Clue. Currently doing some work on a game for a game jam. Currently, basically just Snake, but that will change in the future. Probably tomorrow. Make so you can get dizzy. That is a good idea. I don't know what that does, but it'd be funny. True. Okay. I'm gonna commit this. The errors are fine. They're not doing anything. So we got git add everything, git commit, add score, and health bar polish. Git push origin main. Credentials have expired again. I want to hide the screen. Why did it happen again? Also, what did I just click? Apparently something that broke my taskbar. That's not great. My taskbar is completely frozen. Okay, so open up Task Manager. Hey, welcome in. The screen is hidden right now because I was going to open up the Credential Manager, but apparently now I've broken something else on my PC. Now Task Manager won't open up? What? Okay, I think my PC is just cursed right now. I guess we'll just continue. And ignore that. Okay, I'll push later. Computer die? It's fine. For now. Windows Control Shift B always helps when nothing works. What does that do? Windows Control Shift B. Used to reset the graphics driver. I feel like that would be a bad idea right now, considering I'm currently streaming. But I could try that later. Yeah, I guess this is pretty good progress for today. I'm probably going to end stream now, because it's 11 p.m. here, and then get some sleep, so I can do work in the morning. And then, as the last thing we do on stream today, we can do a game duel round. Maybe it's not great when streaming, never tried, yeah. 5 a.m. here. Yeah, I would say this is good progress today. Got a lot of polish in. For people who haven't seen the game yet, this is how the game's looking like. You spawn in, and then you can just collect food, basically. And then most of the other core mechanics are going to get added in tomorrow morning, probably. Slime pack? True, I could add a slime pack. But yeah, currently it's based just Snake, except a lot more polished than Snake. Well, I guess it depends on what iteration of Snake. This looking snake. The snake itself is very developer art. Because that's just something I made quickly while I'm waiting for Volcara to finish the asset. You've made Google Snake? True. But can you do this in Google Snake? I don't think so. At least it's not made with the Godot logo, is true. And when you die, you lay an egg, and then you hash out of that egg for your next snake. Alright, let's do a game duel to end off the stream. Also, let's do the slime pack before then. And where did the music go? Okay. Final game duel. Anybody give me a game to start off. Just say any game that comes to your mind. Skyrim, alright. So that is the correct perspectives. It's a virtual reality game? And it's older than 2011? What? Is it something that got remastered then? I guess it would be something that got remastered. I'm not sure what that would be though. Is the franchise before 2011 then? The specific game is before 2011. I'll do a source check. Possibly indie, but I'm guessing it's going to be adventure instead. Not source. An older... What's an older game? We've got... Let's just do Super Mario Bros. Nearer than that, fair. Not Nintendo, not side view, not in-house engine. Not action, so it's one of these four. Travis Verman, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How's your stream? I was also going to end soon though, but maybe I could go a bit longer. Half-Life? I could do Half-Life. Did you get any of those themes? It was good. How's yours going? It's going good. I've been doing work on my game for the GMTK Game Jam, which I'll play so you can see it. This is what it's looking like right now. Basically just snake. You eat fruit to grow longer, and then you just keep going over and over. Eventually this will change so that instead of eating food directly, you'll have to make a loop around the food to collect it. And there's going to be enemies and stuff trying to attack you. That's not implemented yet. And then, because I was going to end stream soon, we're now doing a round of game duel, where I have to guess a game within a certain amount of guesses. New project for a jam? Yeah. What are you doing on your stream? Let me shout you out. Travis Roman. There you go. I'm assuming you're doing some kind of development. Working on my C Vulcan game engine, nice. So yeah, currently with the game guesses, we know that the game the website is thinking of has first person, third person, and virtual reality modes. That's pretty much it right now. I don't know what game that would be though, because how would an older game have virtual reality? Is none of these. Were any of these before? No. There's not horror, not science fiction, not warfare, not thriller. What you have to raid and run though? Have to work in the morning early. Have a good stream. All right, fair enough. Enjoy your sleep, which I'm assuming you're going to do now. And thank you for the raid. More views than normal slick? Yeah, I just got raided. Minecraft kind of has VR and is before 2011? Fair. I guess I could fit, yeah. Oh yeah, you can also toggle into third person. Yeah, I think that fits. And it's Minecraft. Good guess. Maybe do one more because that was quick. It apparently is officially supported. Alright, does anybody have another game to start off with? Hydrate? Okay. Celeste? Alright. Possibly indie. Single player and something else. Newer than 2018 though. So it's a newer kind of game. I'll check for Godot. Not Godot. Okay, not indie. That's unfortunate. Train horn. Red Dead 2? When did that come out? I guess it's relatively recent. $2018? That would be too old then. Because it's somewhere between 2019 and 2022. What games? Night in the Woods? I don't know what year this came out. But maybe it's somewhere? I don't know, that's 2017. Okay, so it's not Unity. Possibly Unreal or Source. I don't think it would be a Source game. I'm guessing based on these, it's going to be Adventure. And it's probably single player co-op or single player split screen. Perspective is likely going to be third person. Does anybody have a third person Unreal game? What's the game made in Unreal? A lot of modern Nintendo games are Unreal, I think? Really? I guess that's a Nintendo game. Breath of the Wild? When did that come out? I guess that is around there. I'll send that. Okay, that's correct perspective. Oh, that's 2017 though. Not Nintendo. And not with that engine. It did release on Switch though, or Wii U. I'm guessing it would be Switch. No, 0 games between 2019 and 2022. Yeah. Thing is, I pretty much only know indies, so I struggle with the AAA guesses. What's an Unreal game? I know Fortnite's Unreal. I could just send Fortnite to check for Unreal. It's not going to be that, but we can check for engine. Also check if it's a shooter. It's not Unreal. Wait, so what engine is it? Third person game, not any of the major 3. Oh, what if it's... Oh. What's that one engine that Ubisoft has? Maybe it's a Ubisoft game. Oh, yeah, it could be Frostbite. Maybe I take the hint and then hope it doesn't land on ear. Okay, so it is a action fantasy survival game. in third person. Action, fantasy, survival. What is the survival game? We've got Rust. Dead by Daylight? Would Dead by Daylight fit that? I guess it would. Oh, Rust is Unreal? Okay. Kingdom Come Deliverance? I have no idea what that game is. Which makes me want to send it. Because maybe it's there. Daylight Dare be horror? Oh yeah, I guess it would be. We know it's not horror. I think it was historically Unity, but made the switch. Yeah. Well, it's not Unity, anyways. Yeah, I guess it's either Frostbite or CryEngine. Based on year. I don't really know which games are made with either, though. I'll send this one that was said. Frostbite equals EA games. I don't really know EA games apart from FIFA. Like, I can't name them off the top of my head. My knowledge is very specific towards indies. I'll send this. Not CryEngine. Okay, so that means it's probably Frostbite. Apex. When did Apex come out? Was that around there? Or was that around 2018? I could send it just to check. Modded source. Did I check for source yet? I did not check for source. So I could send it. Not source. Okay. Elden Ring, what engine was that made in? Wait, it hit all the platforms. Okay, so we know it released on PC, PlayStation, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X. Doesn't help? Yeah, fair. We know it's not a shooter. Dandelion from Software Proprietary Engine. Okay, I'm willing to send that. It hit the game modes, but is not that. I guess that counts as in-house engine. So there's one life left, which is not a good sign. So somewhere between... Well, this is a bug. It's somewhere between 2020 and 2021. Likely in Frostbite. A survival game. Probably from EA. Valheim? Is Valheim survival? I think. I'm willing to send it. I don't have any better options. Barely heard of it? Is it confirmed to be in Frostbite? Do we know? Is that an EA game? Valheim is non-Frostbite. Okay. Is it one of the other major engines? So we know it's not any of the major engines, and it's not an in-house engine. So it would be a named one. The only ones I know of that are listed here would be Source, CryEngine, and Frostbite. I haven't seen any others, I don't think. Which makes me think it's Frostbite. But maybe there's one I'm missing. Oh, there's ads? Okay. I didn't know that. I should have delayed that. I didn't even see it approaching though. What is a survival game? I might just send something. I think the streak is gone at this point. I don't know what this could be. My bad. Didn't see it was approaching. To snooze. Monster Hunter Rise from 2021, third person, made an RE engine. Maybe RE. I think I've seen RE engine actually. So that might count. I'm willing to send it. Release on all platforms. It seems plausible. It's inclusive. So it could be 2019. It could be, actually 2019 is a bug. It shouldn't be 2019, but it can be 2020 or 2021. I think I'm willing to send this. Yeah, because this seems like it would fit. Alright, let's hope it's right. Oh, why did I not send? And it is. Okay, good guess. Good guess. The streak is not dead. Yeah, I basically know nothing about this game. I guess RE Engine is separate. So it was a Capcom game. We're almost at the max streak. I am probably going to end stream now, though. My computer may break at any moment, considering my taskbar is now broken and now Task Manager is broken. And it's also past stream end time, so we'll raid out into somebody else's during GMTK. Question is, who is live right now? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I'll be streaming every day this week, basically, because I'll be doing more work on the game jam. So I should be streaming tomorrow, I'll be streaming the day after, I'll be streaming the day after. And then I'll do streams after the jam, playing games from it, if anybody's making games for it. Does anybody know live? I guess Funbase is live, but Funbase isn't doing stuff with GMTK. At what time? My usual stream time is 7 PM EST, so when this stream started. I might go live during the afternoon, though, at 1 PM EST. It depends how I'm feeling. But for sure, there'll be a stream at 7 PM EST. If I'm feeling too sleepy or something, I won't do the 1 PM one. So I'd say like 50% chance it happens. Okay, who's a good raid target? We've got Atomic Blom. I've not seen this person before. Looks like they're doing... What ID is this? Visual Studio, so it looks like Unity, probably? Alright, let's go say hi. / raid Atomic Blom. Imagine being a Unity dev. We could also raid out into somebody who's doing Godot. I don't think anybody's tagged Godot right now, though. But yeah, imagine being a Unity dev. Cough, cough, Sarah. Oh no, this person's doing Godot. Here, let's raid out to this person. Stray Ray. Looks like they just had turned on an ad break, so I'll try to raid out after the ads. Okay, if you're subbed to the sub chicken, which I'll put into chat. And if you're not subbed, you have the non-sub chicken, which I might not be able to send it. Cause I'll copy paste. Chicken emoji. Where is it? Here it is. Here's the non-sub chicken. And we're going to go send them a bunch of chickens. They're currently working on a Godot game for the GMTK Jam 2025. Same jam I'm doing. So we go see what they're doing, what progress they've made. And just generally say hi. Alright, looks like I'm out of ads on their screen, so it should be good to send now. Okay, thanks for stopping by, hanging out. I will be back tomorrow. For sure 7 PM ET, but maybe also 1 PM ET. We'll see. Goodbye.